3. Test. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. Test. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. Test. 1. Test. 1. Yeah. 1, 2. Test. 1. Thank you. Test. 1. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2, 3. How's that sound, Janet? Is it a lot of echo or anything? Test. 1, 2. Test. 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 1, 2. Test. 1. Test. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2. One. Test, 1, 2, test, 1, test, 1, 2. One, two, three, four, five. Test, 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, 1. Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four. Test, 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3, test, 1. Test 1, 2, 3. Test. Test 1, 2.
Article 6, the cell tower. I cannot.
Yeah, I have to go out and get mine.
Oh, no, just.
Right up here, but instead, just say
Yeah.
that, I'd like to say that.
And then I,
Not a thing, yeah.
okay,
But
Because he
usually
feels
like it
the
right
town officials
okay, got
should
it,
be
that's what I asked.
responsible to doing their job right.
So we have to get a chair for Rosemary, probably from the library, I guess. And get up.
your shirts, yeah. That's all the way over there.
The line, check in, is that where the pickup,
Where the kids get picked up and walk, the parents have pick up and pick up. So we're at 162 right now. So 300 here. And
You're
then
gonna do four?
top down.
1 to 4, okay.
300 here, 322.
He's gonna do 1 to 4. Well, one is nothing. He's gonna do 2, 3, and 4, and I'll do 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nothing. Huh?
I don't think, what's the library capacity?
Okay.
What's the library?
We'll pass the number 10.
Yeah, people can stay.
Article 8.
Okay.
Because it's the
Okay.
end of the library.
Have
Is
that.
there like a room capacity there?
Okay.
Little chairs.
I don't think we go for less. That'd be 462. I don't think we go. Oh, we need a
Well, that's up to you and I got the mic. We're just gonna pass it down for number 8 to Lyle so he can get it. Used to do one.
Yeah, it's just a very long line.
Hi, Dina.
How are you?
Good evening, everybody. Can I have your attention for 1 second? We do have a quorum, and we could start, but we have a long line of people out there, so in fairness to those people, we're going to wait a while until they make their way in. So make yourself comfortable, it's going to be a while.
So is he gonna do? Yeah.
You guys are right. I agree with you. That many people are drunk. Doesn't usually happen. What happened, Chris?
What's the other day? Oh, that's, oh, yeah. I thought it was something at home.
I can't tell which way this is gonna go. I don't know.
How long did you wait in line?
He had like 40 minutes to talk.
That is true. However, I do have to say,
Why? By the end of the night, most people are gonna hit
I think like where like most of the calls are emergency medical, you know, like car accidents, things like that. Yeah, heart attacks. You know, the fire business part of Raleigh is probably really less than 10%. 90% is probably,
Well, let's put it this way, though. This month it's been all fire.
I know what the brush fires that we've had now because the weather's
And
so
we,
dry.
and we've been paying overtime because we've been calling out. They've been working, they've been exhausted.
You know, this has been unusually very dry
Yep.
the last couple of months. I've been even afraid to use my grill outside.
Yeah, they don't want you to do that now.
I think it's worse if you do like an open pit. I wouldn't do that, but if I have my
people are going to use surfing.
gas machine, I have one. I'm very careful.
Yeah. Well, we had
What'd you say?
one day, they went over to the Georgetown route for fire. They got home about 7 o'clock. Called and said, somebody decided to
Yeah, no, we need to get as many people.
I could smell the smoke from where it was.
Yeah, no, it's, and they're still burning. Yeah, I know. It's all underground.
Like 1,200 acres or something, a lot of,
Yeah, a lot of land. It's getting more and more dangerous because the trees are falling.
but I guess it's still nothing like California. Fire
Thank goodness,
20,000
yeah.
acres going out,
Yeah.
really. So son must be, he must be looking forward to retiring. He's going to be retiring, right?
No.
He's 63, so yeah, he's got to
Retired when you're, what, 65?
yeah. No question, you have to retire.
That guy that they had before him that was the chief, he wasn't, he was more than 60 though, right?
No, he wasn't.
He must have started,
Couldn't have started younger than my son. He started at 18.
must have started as a volunteer, right?
Oh, yeah, because that's all Riley had.
Yeah. I mean, this town has changed. I've been here about 28 years now. It's changed so much.
Yeah. Now, it used to be, like, it was all volunteer, and if something came in, the highway department would come, the light department would come, and they would all come fight.
He's not starting yet.
Find your name. There you go, Jim. So you know who you are.
See if Chip wants to read some too.
Why don't we just leave it as it is right now?
Is Larry still around? I know he has a back if he's on the bus.
Oh, no. But he's had somebody that's come 3 times to look at it.
Oh, wow.
So that's a step in the right direction. No, I got an email from him today, so I don't know where he is. He must have stuck in the crowd. Or he had to park too far away and he can't walk that far.
He's right on Central Street, right?
Yeah, 108 Central Street.
Is that right near the public building, used to be the school?
No, it's down further. It's just before you get to Cross Street. It's 17 rooms.
Right here, what I was thinking of.
It must be like an older house.
Oh, for God's sake. It's very historic,
Yeah.
which is a problem with, and it's
Hello? Hello?
I just love these people on Raleigh Talks. They have no idea what they're talking about. Tonight they were telling firemen, you don't need to call 911, just call the fire station. Yeah. Yeah. It goes to the 911, but how are you? People.
Clerk's almost
Yeah.
in the bill.
Good evening again, everybody. Can I have your attention? Oh, sorry about that. So this is what we're going to do. We still have a long line of people out there, but I'm sure as most, if not all of you know, most people are here tonight. Can you hear me? No?
Audio's terrible.
Rolly? Having trouble with the sound out there.
Rolly's on it.
How's that? Is that any better? How about now? Any better? Can you hear me in the back? Doesn't sound like you can hear me.
Do you want me to test? Rolly, you want me to test this microphone? Testing. Can you hear me? Down the back?
Testing. Can you hear me? Good? All right, so this is what we're going to do. As you know, most people are here for Articles 9 and 10. Those are the MBTA issue. So we can start and we can go through Articles 1 through 8. And if there's still a line of people outside, we'll take a recess to give them a chance to get in here to vote on Articles 9 and 10. Okay?
Really
You
sure.
can't hear? That better?
Tom?
They're making the effort to come here, they should be able to vote. They're making an effort to come here. This line has been so slow.
I don't think that's fair.
Can I take a vote? Okay, can you hear me? No. How about now? Can you hear me in the back?
Yeah, try to speak a little.
Can you hear me? Oh, wow, that's the secret. That's the secret. I get it. All right. So, some people think we should wait for the rest of the people to get in here before we start any of the articles. So I think we'll wait a little bit longer in fairness to those people. They may want to vote on Articles 1 through 8, and if they're not here, then they won't be able to vote. So let's wait a little bit longer, maybe another 10 or 15 minutes, and then we'll get started. We can work our way through Articles 1 through 8, and then we'll take it from there. These people came on, well, they did come on time, there's so many people.
Well, they got 3 check-in places.
Very slow. I mean, they had larger crowds.
We're waiting for you.
Moving faster. I was in line for about 15 minutes. And it was only like 5 or 6 people ahead of me. They were real slow.
I wasn't nervous, but I said I wanted to wait for you.
Well, thank you, folks. I'm sorry for the delay. Yeah,
Are
it's
there
cold
still
out there.
people in line?
Huh?
Is there still a line?
Oh, yeah, it's huge.
Can you hear me? Can I have your attention for a minute? So we are allowed to have 340 people in this room per the fire code. We're going to have over 340 people. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the library as an overflow room. There'll be a video machine in there and they'll have audio. And anybody who wants to speak and come forward will be allowed to leave that room and come up here. But because we're going to have more than 340, well, because we're going to hit capacity here, I'm going to have to ask the non-residents to move to the library so we can make room for the residents. So anybody who's not a resident, please make your way to the library. Thank you.
I don't think that there's anyone here that's a just there's a Kirk. Kirk has to stay. Kirk should stay.
Kirk, you can't leave.
Yeah, you're gonna stay. Kirk has 2 seats.
Kirk,
No, don't let anyone
you're
touch
an
my
honorary
paycheck.
resident.
You missing one person from the Finance Committee? Two? Okay, can I have your attention? We're going to get started. Just so you know, the people that are in the library will have the opportunity to speak on any issues they want to speak on, and they will have the opportunity to vote. So every resident, every voter will have a chance to speak if they want to, and every resident and every voter will be able to vote. Okay. I got to stay close to this microphone. Okay, just a few housekeeping matters. We're going to limit the speakers to 3 minutes unless the speakers are making a presentation. And the only presentation I'm aware of is going to be made by the planning board. And they requested permission from me about 10, 14 days ago. So, but everybody will have a chance to get up and speak to the issues. But I'm going to limit it to 3 minutes. The other thing I ask of each one of you is, if somebody has said something and you're going to say the same thing that they already said, it's really not necessary. If you have something different to say, please come up and say whatever you want to say. But try not to repeat, because there's a lot of people here tonight, there's a lot of elderly people here tonight, and we could be here for a long time. Most of the votes that we're going to take tonight are going to be a voice vote. However, on Article 9, which is the MBTA issue, we're going to do a paper vote. Each one of you should have received a yellow piece of paper that says yes or no. So when we get to that article and we get to the vote, you're going to rip it in half, and if you want to vote yes, we're going to have some boxes up here. You can put the yes in the yes box, and you can put the no in the no box. We'll have the counters go down to the library, collect all those votes, then we'll count them, and then we'll know where we stand on that issue. Okay? So, let's see. All right, I think we're ready. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Select Person Nealon is going to lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Okay. I hope everybody has a copy of the warrant if you want it. If you don't want it, you don't need it, but I think we have copies out there. You can follow along. We do have a couple of preliminary motions. One of them is a motion for non-residents to speak.
I'd like to make a motion. I move that the town vote to allow the non-resident town employees and local and state officials to speak, if called upon, during the November 25th, 2024 special town meeting. These individuals will now raise their hands.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so there's probably more of those people in the library. Is there any discussion regarding this particular motion? Okay, so this requires a simple majority vote. So all those in favor, say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, say no. Okay, I think the yeses have it, so that motion passes. We do have a second motion for people to speak. I think, here we go.
Yeah.
Tom Heikert, 156 Newbury Road. I'll say again, Tom Heikert, 156 Newbury Road. I motion to permit the following non-residents to participate in the presentation to be available to answer questions pertaining to Articles 9 and 10 if called upon by the town meeting. As follows: Kirk Baker, Andrew DeFranza, Ian Burns,
Robert C. Buckley, Christine H. Hung, Ted Spiros, Katie Enright, Ian McKinnon, and Brian DeVellis. Any questions about who any of them might be?
Tom, if I may interrupt, was that motion seconded? Okay, we have a second. Is there any discussion concerning this motion?
Good.
I see no hands. Okay. Oh, wait a minute.
Second?
Yep, you can do it.
Is that okay? Kurt Baker is our town planner and a member of the Zoning Review Committee. Andrew DeFranza is the Executive Director of Harbor Light Homes. Ian Burns is a member of the Merrimack Valley Planning Commission. Robert Buckley, attorney, Reimer and Braunstein. Christine Hung, attorney, Reimer and Braunstein. Ted Spiros, Rowley Farms Development. Katie Enright, PE, Howard Stein Hudson. Ian McKinnon, PE, Howard Stein Hudson. And Brian DeVellis, Edge Sports, Rowley Farms Development.
Please, here you can come up, sir.
Craig Copeland, 265 Dodge Road. Who do all the lawyers actually represent?
There are actually two attorneys, Robert Buckley and Christine Hung. They're associated with Reimer and Braunstein, and they represent Ted Spiros, Rowley Farms.
Any other questions, discussion, concerns?
Okay, I think we should pause.
All right, let's take a vote. Oh, wait a minute. Come on up.
Hi, Paula Catalaro, 535 Havel Street. Just a question, is it an all or nothing? Is it an all or nothing for these special guests? Meaning, are we voting to allow all of them or certain ones? Or all or nothing? Oh,
What did you say? Did you ask me a question?
I was addressing a question, yes. So the special guests that this motion is on, is it for all of them? Are we voting all or none? Is it like an all
that's a
for
good
one?
question.
Can we pick and choose if we just want one and not the rest of them?
I think we can. Hold on.
All right.
Should I sit?
So town council had a good suggestion. What we can do is hold off on this vote until those people want to speak, and then we can take a vote on each individual person, if they are going to speak, or if they're going to.
No.
No. Well, what do you want to do? What do you want to do?
What does everyone want to do? I mean,
we have a motion before the meeting
Okay.
right now.
all right.
We can
Then I'll
take a
sit.
vote on the motion. You made a suggestion,
Okay.
which I appreciate.
I'm learning how this works, so.
Which I
I'm asking a
appreciate the
question.
suggestion.
Okay.
I asked town council,
Okay.
his suggestion is, some of these people might not even speak.
Okay,
They might not have anything to say.
okay.
So we can
I'll let you
wait
go.
until they have something to say, and then we can
Okay.
vote on it. But if you want to do it individually,
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
we'll
see
do
what
it.
everyone says now. I got that answer, so.
Go ahead.
Chris Thornton, 65 Emily Lane. I move that that we bifurcate this vote to allow us to vote first on whether we should allow town employees amongst this list to speak tonight, and then separately consider the individual representatives for the proponents that are here tonight.
We already voted on town employees.
Well, then why is Kirk on the list?
Kirk was on the original list.
Yeah, so why is he on the second list?
It's an oversight.
Okay. So this vote does not apply to town employees, apparently, in which case we shouldn't consider it. shouldn't consider town employees when you consider whether you'd like to hear from other members of the community.
So we're having technical difficulties. The people in the library can't hear us. So what we're going to do, the fire chief said it's okay to bring them in, so we're going to bring them in, and they're going to have to be in this room. So we're going to have to take a few minutes to get them over here. Yes, you're done, Tom. Thank you.
I think we should go back to the vote of, are we gonna allow the only people that should speak are, we should make a motion, Kirsty's motion, the only people that are speaking are residents or town employees, and we should not make it that. So yes, they can, yes, they may allow, or no, no.
No, nine, nine.
Nine, yeah, this is nine.
It is, it doesn't say that.
This is nine. Where it's not, this is nine. Yeah, because 10 is the last
Yeah, I
one.
know 10, but I didn't see nine.
This is all nine.
Nine. Oh, right up here it
Yeah,
does say,
yeah,
sorry. Oh, yeah,
yeah.
here. It says here. I didn't even know.
Ask-
Tricky.
Ian, how's it going? Check, 1, 2, 3, check. Everybody here? Check, 1, 2, 3.
Yes. Oh. I'm going to move up here because this microphone's working better, so just give me a second. Okay, so for those of you, well, first of all, the non-residents have to be segregated, and I think the best place is over there on the left against that wall.
Tom?
Along this wall. All right, I think we're good to go. So for those of you who just came in from the library, there's a motion before the meeting. And Tom, if you could come up again and read that motion, because I want these people to understand what's happening.
Again, Tom Heidgerd. I'm actually a member of the Zoning Review Committee who is the principal author.
You need to speak up and closer.
Can you hear that better? Sorry. Can't hear me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay. Tom Heidgerd. I'm a member of the Zoning Review Committee, which is why I've been asked to make this motion. We were the principal author of the Article 9 3A issue that will be discussed later. I have a motion to permit the following non-residents to participate in the presentation to be made available to answer questions pertaining to Articles 9 and 10 if 9 passes, if called upon. So these are not people who are going to speak. These are people who are here to speak if questions arise that are more specific than the members of the Zoning Review Committee themselves can answer. We have technical support. The people involved that we asked to be considered are Kirk Baker, who is a non-resident, the gentleman sitting to my immediate right, and he is the town planner, and he's the employee of the town. A second gentleman is Andrew DeFranza. He is a non-resident. He is the executive director of Harbor Light Homes. They are an organization that builds affordable housing, and they have an approved project here in town, and we asked them to be present to speak, if necessary, about the project that he may develop here in town. Ian Burns, the second gentleman sitting to my right, is a member of the Merrimack Valley Planning Council, and they were instrumental in providing data and resources in evaluating the different models we looked at in preparing this bylaw. Robert C. Buckley, Esquire, and Christine H. Young, Esquire, both attorneys at Reamer and Braunstein, are attorneys who represent Rowley Farms Development. Rowley Farms Development is a private developer who has already received approval from the town and the state to do a 40B development in the general land area that this 3A proposal exists. They're here in case questions are raised which relate specifically to the 40B proposal, which is separate and standalone from actually the 3A proposal. Ted Spiros is the principal for Rowley Farms Development. Kate Enright, P.E., Ian McKinnon, P.E., Howard Stein Hudson. They are a design firm that works with Rowley Farms Development. And finally, Brian DeVellis, Edge Sports, also associated with Rowley Farms Development. They're a company that develops group facilities, athletic facilities, golf courses, and the like. And there's a portion of the Rowley Farms Development that may include that. So those are the people that we've asked to be available, not to necessarily speak. So that's what that motion is about.
Just so you know, for the people who came in from the library, this motion was seconded. So do we have any discussion on this motion?
Matt Grenier, 476 Weathersfield Street. In the first motion that's already been approved, Mr. Baker has been allowed to speak as a non-resident since he works for the town. From what I understand, the other folks do not work for the town as it relates to that. So I just wanted to disclose that. Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion? All right, we'll take a vote. This requires a simple majority. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no.
No.
All right, that's too close for me to call, so we're going to do a hand count. So, do we have the counters? So, all those in favor, please raise your hand and keep it up until all the hands have been counted. Jen, can you come up here? Yeah, yeah.
But anyone who is not in the center.
All right. Go tell Steve that.
With your arms.
Please don't open the back doors.
Sitting in funky chairs, they're sitting on the floor. It's hard to see.
Then leave.
Well,
What?
I don't think we can.
They have to walk through the front to leave, yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
No.
They are.
No, I don't think we can do that, Kim. The fire code, they have to be able to close it down. They can't come in. They have to be able to that way. Okay. So, hold on. All right, we've got the yes votes counted, and you're telling me. Yeah. Okay, so for the people that are voting no, if you're not sitting in a green chair, could you please stand and hold up your hand? In the back.
That's confusing, what?
All right, so those of you who are voting no, raise your hand and keep it up until it's counted.
This is no, right? Okay.
This is no. This is no. Who's calling?
Tom. Yeah, you should announce again, raise.
Okay, it is. It was confusing to me, to be honest with you. So, let's keep it simple. If you're voting no, just raise your hand and keep it up. All right, so we have the tally. The yeses got 371. No vote was 51, so the motion passes. All right, so let's move on. Town clerk, can you please read the warrant?
To the constables of the town of Raleigh and the county of Essex, greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Raleigh qualified to vote in the elections in town and fair to meet at Pine Grove School, 191 Main Street, Route 1A, Raleigh, Mass. 01969. On Monday, the 25th day of November, 2024 at 6:30, and they will be there to act on the following articles.
Mr. Moderator, I move to suspend further reading of the November 25th, 2024 special town meeting warrant because present town meeting members have a copy of this warrant.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion on that motion? I don't see any hands. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of suspending the reading of the warrant, say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, say no. It's unanimous. The motion passes. And just for the record, I did see the return of the warrant that was signed by the constable. Okay, so we're going to move to Article 1. This article is a traditional article. Board of Select Person, Vice Chair Sherry David will make a motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to hear and act on reports of committees and boards.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion on this motion? I don't see any hands. Let's go to a vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. Article 2 is for a transfer to pay a bill in the amount of $26.25 from fiscal year 2023. Board of Select Person, Vice Chair Sherry David will make the motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate by transfer the sum of $26.25 from line 34, Treasurer's Expenses, of Article 4 of the May 6, 2024 Annual Town Meeting, fiscal year 25 omnibus budget, to pay for the unpaid bill from fiscal year 2023.
I'll second.
Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
The passage requires the the passage requires the 9/10 votes because the expenses were incurred in fiscal year 2023. The town was recently notified of an unpaid invoice from April 2023. The Finance Committee recommends this article.
Okay, is there any discussion on this motion? I see no hands, we'll take a vote. As Peter said, this requires a 9/10 vote. So all those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. I hear no no's, the vote is unanimous, the motion passes.
7:40 p.m.
Article 3 is the transfer of funds in the fiscal year 25 budget from the Police Department wages line to the Police Department expense line to pay for costs to upgrade the police station fire and security systems. Select Person Bob Snow will be making the motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town to vote to appropriate by transfer the sum of $24,000 from line 63, police wages, of Article 4 of the May 6, 2024 Annual Town Meeting, FY25 Omnibus Budget, to line 64, police expenses, of Article 4 of the May 6, 2024 Annual Town Meeting, FY25 Omnibus Budget, to cover the cost of upgrading the police station fire and security system. Note, the police station fire alarm system needs to be upgraded so that the present fire alarm panel can be monitored by a central station service. Also, the police station security system needs to be upgraded to include entry and motion detection systems and central station monitoring for sensitive areas of the facility.
Do we have a second? Second. Is there any discussion on this motion?
I just want to go on the record and say that I do not support this. I think that police department wages should either stay in wages or go to overnight coverage firefighter wages. And any upgrades to any alarm system, if they're actually necessary, should come out of expenses.
Oh, I'm
So I
sorry,
don't
does the
support it.
Finance Committee
The Finance
recommend
Committee
this?
recommends this article.
Okay, any more discussion on this motion? I don't see any hands, we'll take a vote. This requires a simple majority. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no.
No.
I can't make that call, we're gonna have to do a hand count. Tell me when you're ready. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Keep it up. I just want to let you know, if you see me on the phone, I'm not talking to my kids. I'm talking to Joan Peterson, who's the assistant moderator in the library, because there are some people still in the library that wanted to stay in the library, and somehow they can hear what's going on. And she just reported to me what the vote count was in the library. done with the years count? Yeah, you can put your hands down. Okay, all those opposed, please raise your hands and leave them up, please.
This is for a no vote. Sorry.
Oh, he's over there.
Okay, what do we got? You didn't count the library, right? Yes. Oh, you do? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right, we have the tally. It was 218 for yes, 128 for no, so the motion passes. Okay, so now we're on to Article 4. Article 4 is the transfer of funds in fiscal year, or did we do this one, Bob?
Yes.
We did, right?
No, Article 4?
We didn't do Article 4 yet?
Yes. Want me to read the motion?
I'm just asking, which one did we just finish?
Number
3. We did 3.
So we are on Article 4, sorry about that. Article 4 is the transfer of funds in the fiscal year 25 budget from the police department wages line to the fire department wages to pay for costs to increase overnight firefighter staffing coverage. Select person Bob Snow will make the motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town to vote to appropriate by transfer the sum of $210,000 from line 63, police wages, of Article 4 of the May 6, 2024 annual town meeting, FY 25 omnibus budget, to line 68, firefighters' wages, of Article 4 of the May 6, 2024 annual town meeting, FY 25 omnibus budget. Note, the Board of Selectmen transferred police and fire dispatch services to the State 911 Regional Dispatch Center on August 1st, 2024. The state provides these services at no cost to the town. The remaining funds originally appropriated to run the town's dispatch services will be used by the fire chief to increase overnight fire staffing coverage.
Do we have a second?
Second. The Finance Committee recommends this.
Did you hear that?
Finance
Did
Committee
everybody hear
recommends
that?
this,
The Finance Committee recommended the motion. Any discussion on this motion? I don't see any hands. This requires a simple majority. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. It passes. Okay. Article 5. Article 5 is the transfer of funds from the cemetery sale of lots and graves account to Article 13 of the June 22nd, 2020 special town meeting, which is a tree maintenance appropriation. Board of Select Person, Chair Christine Nealon will be making the motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate by transfer the sum of $8,000 from the cemetery sale of lots and graves account to Article 13 of the June 22nd, 2020 special town meeting, tree maintenance.
I'll second that motion.
Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
Finance Committee recommends this article.
Is there any discussion on this motion? I see no hands. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. The motion passes unanimously. Article 6. Article 6 authorizes the Board of Selectmen to enter into for the Prospect Hill cell tower property. Select person Diana Ziev will be making the motion.
Can I just say you butchered that and it's Dina Ziv?
I'm sorry?
It's Dina.
Dina.
Article 6, I move the town authorize the Board of Selectmen to enter into a lease of the Prospect Hill cell tower property on Haverhill Street. Such lease is to be up for a term of 30 years on such terms as the selectmen may deem appropriate.
Second.
Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
Finance Committee recommendation not required on this article.
Is there any discussion regarding this motion? I see no hands. We'll go to a vote. It requires a simple majority. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. It passes unanimously. Article 7 is a transfer of funds from the Water Department stabilization account to be used for the Fennel Drive water main replacement project. Board of Water Commissioner Chair Bernie Cullen will be making the motion.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to appropriate by transfer the sum of $170,000 from the Water Department Stabilization Fund to be transferred to Article 25 of the May 1st, 2023 Annual Town Meeting article, the Fenno Drive water main replacement and new water main extension to Mansion Drive project. Second, Mark Emery. Thank you.
Finance Committee recommends this article.
Do we have any discussion on this motion? I see no hands. We'll go to a vote. This requires a simple majority. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. Hearing no noes, this motion passes unanimously.
752.
I'm doing Article 8 too? Yep. All right. Article 8 is a transfer of funds from the Water Department stabilization account to be used for the new water source testing project. Board of Water Commissioner Chair Bernie Cullen will be making the motion.
Good evening again. Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate by transfer the sum of $13,000 from the Rowley Water Department Stabilization Fund to be transferred to Article 30 of the May 1st, 2023 Annual Town Meeting New Water Source Testing Project. Can I have a second? We've got a second with Mark Emery again.
Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
The Finance Committee recommends this article.
Any discussion on this motion? I see no hands. We'll go to a vote again. It requires a simple majority. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. Hearing no noes, this motion passes unanimously.
754.
Thank you.
Bernie, you have the motions.
Okay, we're moving on to Article 9. Article 9 is a zoning bylaw and zoning map amendment to create MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District. This article requires a simple majority vote. A member of the Planning Board or Zoning Review Committee will be making the motion. This vote will be done through a paper ballot. Who's making the motion?
Craig Copeland, Chairman, Planning Board. Motion. I move the town vote on the amendments to the Rowley zoning map and the Rowley Protective Zoning Bylaw to create the MBTA Communities Multifamily Overlay District, MCMOD. That will be comprised of 2 zoning overlay sub-districts, the Station District and the Western District, as set forth in Article 9 on November the 25th, 2024, Special Town Meeting warrant, and is shown on pages 3 through to 12. Second.
Name?
Rob Palsky. Second.
Chip did it.
All right, we have a second. I understand there's a motion to amend regarding this article. If that's true, please come up and make that motion now.
Tom Heidgert, Zoning Review Committee. This is a verbiage adjustment to the article for the amendment. It refers to a section on page 7 of the warrant. Mr. Moderator, I move to amend the main motion by striking from section D.3 of the proposed section 4.15 the words "in the MCMOD" and replacing them with "in the Western District of the MCMOD," and striking the words "in a mixed-use development" and replacing them with "in a mixed-use development in the Western District of the MCMOD." Essentially, what we're doing with this proposal is restricting the development capacity of mixed use into just the Western District, not the Station District. We need a second? Where is it?
So, do we have a second on the motion to amend? Second? Okay, we have a second. All right, so let me explain what's going to happen now. So we have a main motion, which is in your warrant. And now we have a motion to amend. So we have to have a vote on the motion to amend before we can get to the main motion. And you're entitled to have discussion on the motion to amend. However, the discussion is limited to the pros and cons of the amendment. You shouldn't be talking about the main motion at this point. That doesn't mean you won't have a chance to talk about the main motion. You will. Because if the motion amend fails, then we're back to the main motion as it exists or as it's written in the warrant. Okay, if the motion to amend passes, then we have a discussion on the motion to amend, which is very similar to the motion or the article that's in your warrant. Okay? Everybody with me? All right, so let's do this. This requires a simple majority, but before we get to the vote, is there any discussion regarding the motion to amend?
Mary Ann Lavasser, Leslie Road. What is the premise of the amendment to, for the mixed-use development in only the Western District?
Carla Chaffee, a member of the ZRC. To put a little context into this,
We will have a presentation that goes over the basics of the proposed bylaw, and I actually thought we would be doing that before this vote. But the removal of the language and the additional language that Tom read into the record is meant to eliminate an option in the railroad district that the draft had previously allowed. So as originally presented in the warrant, the bylaw would allow a developer to apply for a special permit to increase the height of the building by 1 story if there was ground story retail. We've had many, many meetings regarding this proposal, and this is a direct result of comments that the ZRC received at its last meeting, which were along the lines of, many people in the Western District would disagree with the ability to go higher 1 story in the railroad district. So now with this amendment, no one can apply for an additional story and retail in the Western District. So it's limiting the use and the height. I'm sorry, Station District, not Western District. The Station District will not have that special permit option. So it's taking away the ability to go higher in the Station District.
Any additional discussion on the amendment?
Chris Thornton, 65 Emily Lane. I'd just like to ask the members of the ZRC why we're including any mixed use in the MBTA district. It's about housing, so I'm not certain why we'd consider a commercial district to overlay what's going to be a residential development.
Go ahead.
This is an option that is provided in the guidelines that implement Section 3A. It's to give flexibility, and it would permit based only on a discretionary permit. So if someone in the Western District says, I would like to add first floor retail, then that first floor retail has to be approved in a discretionary review by the planning board, and this question came from one of the planning board members, and it was with the input of Rowley Farms, because they would like to have that flexibility. They still will need to come before the planning board and receive that special permit. But as I said at the beginning, this is something that is permitted by the state law and guidelines. It allows the planning board to consider whether or not retail first floor would make sense in the proposed development that they're reviewing. So it's not by right, and it's unrelated to the by right site plan review.
Any additional discussion? I see no hands. What we'll do is take a voice vote on this. It's a simple majority. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. The yes is taken. Okay, so now we're on to, you have the amendment? So what we're going to do before we go to a discussion on the amendment, we're going to get a presentation from Mr. Baker, and then we'll open it up to discussion. Can't hear you. What was that? Did somebody just say something? Okay. All right, so Kurt.
Mr. Moderator, why is one amendment
They want to go to
okay and then one that I put forward to you and to the town council?
You didn't give me an amendment.
Yeah?
When did you give me an amendment?
run past the town council with address to be sent to you. And they ran that past the Raleigh Farms.
Okay, so just so, well, let me just explain to the meeting what's going on. So, Mr. Copeland.
Yes.
Mr. Copeland is making an amendment. He has it in writing. I didn't get a copy of it, although he said he sent it to me, and he sent it to town council. But he does have a right to move to amend. It's in writing, so I'm going to have to take a minute to go over it with town council to see if the meeting can consider it. So just bear with us for a few minutes.
Kept on blocking everything. Another thing they're trying to block.
Craig.
Utilising the 3A law, they changed it to say that the planning board site plan review authority. That's our authority. They approve it. It's subject to the permission. Whereas the 3A law would say site plan review.
Why would you want three stories in the railroad?
No, there's still people in the library. Yeah, yes.
Okay, we're talking stuff on Brad Street. No, Brad Street or Brad Street Farm? Oh, yeah, the Brad Street Farm, yeah. Yeah. When they bought that, that was the price of land.
And I gave it to,
Yeah, you should be able to.
And that was the going price for what they bought, when they bought it. So what? Yes, but your property wasn't old and dilapidated, needed a lot of work.
She wants to stop, she wants to make a motion to go to the vote. And then,
But on his amendment,
no, she wants to, after he makes his amendment, just.
the camera,
No, it's the house in
All right, can I have your attention? So Mr. Copeland has two motions to amend,
But that was a reasonable price for what it was.
and we'll take them one at a time. We can have discussion on them, and then we'll go to a vote. So let's start with his first motion.
Thank you.
Okay, this is my first motion, and this is not on behalf of the planning board, and is what I brought forward to the ZRC much earlier. Craig Copeland, 265. So the addition of this change will allow the town to continue in ensuring that the services in the town are provided and monitored in a safe and secure method, continuing the economic and environmental well-being for all of Rowley's constituents. What I'm about to read in this amendment had to be sent to Town Council, they approved, and once Town Council approved it, they had to actually get approval from Rowley Farms to change this to be accepted to bring it to you. So Rowley Farms is already telling us what is accepted or not. So, Mr. Moderator, I move to amend the main motion by striking in section 4, 1.15 IAV1, where it says, and utility infrastructure to service development. In other words, that they are allowed to put in their own utilities and infrastructure in the development. And replacing section 4, 1.51A V1 with the following. So from V1, or 6, projects with the MCMOD shall be permitted to utilise off-site stormwater, wastewater treatment and utility infrastructure to service a development, subject to applicable easements and limitations and permits required under all applicable laws, ordinances, rules and regulations. That would be changed to 6. Projects within the MCMOD shall be permitted to utilise off-site stormwater and wastewater treatment infrastructure to service a development, subject to applicable easements and limitations and permits under all applicable laws, ordinances, rules and regulations. Town utility infrastructure, water, electricity and services to be utilised where available to service a development. And that, Mr. Moderator.
I'm sorry. Do we have a second? Okay, any discussion on this motion?
Matt Grenier, 476 Weathersfield Street. Matt Grenier, 476 Weathersfield Street. To me, it seems that we should just go with what the writing was, so we vote for it, or vote against it, depending on it. Just these amendments at the 11th hour kind of strike me as troubling, so that's just my point. And I'd also like to make a motion that we vote on this without any subsequent presentations. I think everybody here knows which way they want to vote, so that would be my motion.
Any more discussion on this motion to amend? I don't see any hands. Let's go to a vote on this motion to amend. All those in favor say yes. All those opposed say no. No. Okay, the noes have it. This motion to amend does not pass. Now we'll move on to his second motion.
Second motion, current bylaw nullifies the planning board and minimises town council control as making it nothing but an approval process. By changing it to the stipulated 3A law, it lays out in detail the operations and importance of undertaking a site plan review. Mr. Moderator, I move to amend the main motion by replacing of section 4.15H and replacing section 4.15H with the following from the 3A MBTA guidelines as stated. So I'll get through this fast. H, site plan review. 1, it has applicability. 2, it has the requirements. As part of any application for site plan review or for a project within MCMOD, the applicant must adhere to section 7.6 of the zoning bylaw, provided that notwithstanding any other provisions to the contrary in the said section 7.6, the site plan review authority may not reject any plan, but may approve it to subject reasonable conditions. A stays the same. I would like to change that to H, site plan review. 1, applicability stays the same. 2, add, site plan review means a process established by local ordinance or bylaw by which a local board reviews and potentially imposes conditions on the appearance and layout of a specific project prior to the issuance of a building permit. This comes directly from the guidelines. 3, requirements. As a part of any application for site plan review for a project within the MCMOD, the applicant must adhere to section 7.6 of this zoning bylaw, provided that notwithstanding any other provisions to the contrary, the said section 7.6 would change to the site plan review authority is a process established by local ordinance or bylaw by which the local board reviews and potentially imposes conditions on the appearance layout of a specific project prior to the issuance of a building permit. And that would be the change.
Do we have a second? We have a second. Any discussion on this amendment?
Chris Thornton, 65 Emily Lane. I'm also a member of the planning board and formerly the chairman. Mr. Copeland's the current chairman. I think what these motions are aimed at is trying to focus on the fact that so much of this ordinance was handwritten by this developer. And what we're trying to do as members of the planning board who've been trying to deal with this ordinance over all so many years is trying to claw back from the developer who wrote this proposal some discretion back into the hands of the planning board from what's being proposed here. Because what's being proposed here is something that was primarily written by Raleigh Farms, and it's something, for that reason, we should all be very concerned about.
Yes. So,
Any additional discussion?
yes, Dave.
Mr. Moderator, Dave Peterson, 25 Newbury Road. I have to say at this point, I'm totally confused.
Me too.
I came to the meeting with the intent of probably voting yes for this 3A. However, throwing in these long, convoluted amendments when in an article that's 4 or 5 pages long, and expect this meeting to have any idea, I defy anybody out there to explain what this amendment says or understands. And I know myself, if I don't understand it, the original 3A was voted on or voted down in May. This is November. That's 6 months. And we're coming into this meeting on the night of the meeting with 2, 3, 4 convoluted amendments to a very complicated article to begin with. And I'll tell you right now, I'm going to vote no, just because I don't I don't understand it, and I'm not against the article, but it's gotten so confusing, and I'm sure there's probably going to be more amendments and more things going on, and I just think that, that better preparation needs to be made if you expect the townspeople to understand what we're voting for, because at this point, I'm totally lost. Thank you.
So I would, yeah. No. Are you waiting to comment as well? No, yep, no, I had somebody, we have another resident too. And can she do that now? Okay, just make sure that she, yeah, perfect. Okay.
Nicole Thornton, and I'm at 65
Tom, can you move over
Emily
so I can
Lane.
see?
Nicole Thornton, 65 Emily Lane. And while I highly respect Mr. Peterson's opinion, I don't think that you can shut down an amendment because it just popped up tonight. I think that the way that you need to view it is, if this vote passes and the 3A article passes, then we're stuck with this as our bylaws. So that means that there could be a third level in the Western District. It means that they could have an alternative septic system put in that our current bylaws don't even support. So I think that you may not understand these amendments, but you should trust that the planning board has looked at these bylaws, they understand them, and they know where there's a problem. And that someone who has millions of dollars wrote the bylaws, and he's in it for profit. So don't just say, I'm not going to pass these amendments, but I'm going to go for 3A. You have to look at it and really take it to heart.
Any additional discussion? No, we do.
Marion Lavasser, 6 Leslie Road. I also don't understand, and I've been in town for 33 years and been on a lot of committees, and I don't know how we got to this point either, because how does a private entity have such an effect on the planning board? You had time to work on it, and it may not have been enough time, but how does a private entity, when you're on the planning board working on behalf of and making the bylaw, how did they have such an imprint, is my question.
Ann Gerard, 100 Leslie Road. I'm looking for an answer or an explanation, because this last modification or amendment, what I'm seeing as change, and I find this actually a positive change, the site plan review authority may not reject any plan, but may approve it subject to reasonable conditions. That worries me, the way that this is worded. The site plan review authority may not reject any plan. They're bound to accept the plan. Granted, it has to have reasonable conditions, but I can see the town getting bullied in this case. And I don't really think that that's smart for the town.
Any more discussion?
Tom Heidgerd, 156 Newbury Road. I'm on the Zoning Review Committee. I'm also the chair of the Zoning Board, and I've been on the Zoning Board for 20 years. This comment regarding the authorship of this particular bylaw is inaccurate. It was not drafted by an outside party. The team of people on the Zoning Review Committee is made up of people from the Planning Board, the zoning board, the town planner, the building inspector, and the Board of Selectmen. There were active meetings over the last year and a half regarding all of these subjects. You're absolutely right. This is a very complex issue. We all worked countless hours evaluating, reviewing, talking to other towns, talking to other planners, talking to other developers. How did you do this? How did you figure this out? Why did you think that way? The Merrimack Valley Planning Council gave us a lot of additional insight in developing this plan, and the template for the bylaw that you see almost entirely here was something that came from a recommended state model. It was not drafted by a private party. We didn't work with another developer who said, this is what you need to do. That wasn't the case. It was simply a matter of the team working constantly, and then when it failed in May, you asked us to look very closely at what we thought was a good plan then. We reviewed that over the summer. We had a workshop. We had 8 or 10 meetings over the summer, another half dozen this fall, and that's where it is now. I'm not saying you should vote for it. I'm just saying the reality of where it came from is it came from internal workings of people in the town trying to figure out how to do the best for Raleigh. I'm sorry? It's not uncommon in any project, in any case, and we've had many proposals that are substantive where a developer comes to the town, whether they're developing 2 units, 20 units, or 200 units. They need to tell us exactly what it is they're thinking about so we can give them feedback as to what is going on there. So in that regard, it's not a question of saying, here, would you tell us what we should write here? Would you tell us how this should be? This notion that the developer is simply going to script what any commission, committee, or board in this town
We're at
does
3 minutes.
is inaccurate.
3 minutes. Yep, you're at 3 minutes, thanks.
Okay, so I'll respond to what I believe were questions about this motion. First of all, is the First Amendment was because it means that they don't have to use our water power or police, fire brigade, they can do their own one. That's why I wanted to change that. This amendment here was because it is very much, you will have seen all the marketing material about how keeping control. This is about trying to keep a little bit of control. And as a planning board member, but I did this as a private because of I've been too down in the weeds on this, is that the site plan review, you read it. We cannot deny anything that goes through. So anything that's in this paper means we lose control. But when it comes to, as Tom was saying, for that First Amendment, and Tom, our council, will validate this, I sent it in asking what I could do for an amendment. It had to be sent to Rowley Farms to be given their blessing, because if it doesn't get their blessing, then they may not want to do any of this. So we have already lost control if we go down this path, because anything even on this amendment, this has to be passed to Raleigh Farms to see if they accept what us as the people want to do. So on that, I think that answers your question and answers Tom, and thank you to our town council. Thank you.
I am. We're gonna reset. Yep.
Eileen Geyer, Haverhill Street. I respect the process. I guess I'm just looking for clarification, as someone has already asked. We have our zoning board, we have our planning board, we have bylaws that have been changed, and there was a comment made that we needed to also see what developers will do. So with all due respect, have we talked to any other developer other than Rowley Farms? Because it does appear to me that Rowley Farms has had an awful lot of input as to Rowley's bylaws and Rowley's use of time. So I'd like to know that. Thank you.
Wait.
I can answer your question on that.
This is,
So I had a private meeting with the zoning board asking that exact same question and requesting that we were provided the information of a Plan A versus a Plan B. I'm sure many of you went to that info session at the library where all the little monopoly houses got put onto the different areas, like I think it's called Millwood and that. I got told, and this is how we're working together at the moment, I got told, go pound sand. You'll get what you get, and if you don't like it, that's it. And so when we try and show that we're looking at this, we truly are. We want to get down and actually look at this properly. But no, there was no Plan A, Plan B, even though we had a lot of time on this. So it is, and as on Mr. Sparrow's side, he says he's been working with us for 1 year on this. So we are in bed. Thank you.
I'd just like to say, from what Mr. Copeland, I believe it was, said, the loss of control as it relates to this purely means it's evident as it relates to the loss of control, where we have a warrant, it's been amended. Whether or not the amendment is positive or negative, I'm confident for the town citizens of Rowley that if we're losing control, that should be our consideration as we vote for this. And I'd like to make a motion that we vote for this within the next 5 minutes, please, because I'm sure folks are convinced what they want to do.
So basically what Matt just asked the meeting to do is to end debate on this motion to amend. Okay, so what that means is when you put forth a motion to end debate, it has to be seconded by somebody. Okay, so that's good. No discussion is allowed on a motion to end debate, and the vote requires a 2/3 majority. So we have a motion to end debate on this amendment. That doesn't. Right. Yep. We can't do that yet, Matt. But what we can do is after we finish this amendment, then we're going to get to the main motion, and then if somebody wants to make a motion to end debate on the main motion and somebody seconds it, then there's no discussion on the motion to end debate. We go right to a vote to end debate, and we vote on the, if that passes, it's 2/3. If that passes, then we go right to a vote on the main motion, no discussion. Okay? So let's take it one step at a time. So we have a motion to end debate on the amendment. We have a second. So there's no discussion. We're going to go right to a vote. We're going to try it by a voice vote. It may not work because we need 2/3. I may not be able to call it. So if not, then we'll go by a hand count. All right. So all those in favor of ending the debate on this motion to amend, say yes. Yes. All those opposed, say no. No. Okay, so I'm going to call it motion to end debate passed. So now we're done with this motion to amend. Am I right, Tom? Oh, now we got. Okay, so now, I skipped a step, so now we're going to vote on the motion to amend. All right, so the debate is over. Now we're going to vote on the motion to amend, which just requires a simple majority. So all those in favor of the motion to amend say yes. All those opposed to the motion to amend say no.
No.
Ah, that's... I can't call that. We're going to have to do a hand vote again. I'm sorry it's taken so long, but we have to follow the rules. All right, all those in favor, raise your hand.
So that this amendment is for the, I don't know if it's the first.
The one he just proposed, the second.
No, we already did the action.
Yeah, we cut it, we ended the debate.
This is on Craig Copeland's motion.
I don't know.
We're voting.
We're voting for Craig Copeland's motion.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we're voting the amendment, right?
Tom, can you restate what the motion we're voting is?
Yeah, so just in case there's any confusion, right now, we're voting on the motion to amend. We stopped the debate, so there's no more discussion about this motion to amend. So now we're just going right to the vote on the motion to amend. So if you are in favor of the motion to amend, you should raise your hand right now. And then we're going to count all your hands, and then we'll go to the no votes.
No, not.
I'm not voting right now.
9 yes, 1 no. 1 no.
And by the way, I got a message that the audio in the library is working, so if anybody who is standing here wants to go and sit down, you can make your way to the library.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. She wants to put it to vote.
The whole thing, just.
Yep. No presentation. Right, just let them vote so we can vote. I know.
We're not gonna make it, right? No. Sorry, it's 29.
So much for the
Go tomorrow. Go tomorrow. No, we don't, because I have probably gonna have to get appointments, so I know we'll come.
Okay.
Are we doing that first?
All those opposed, please raise your hands.
That's what I figured.
No, this is no.
I don't know, Bob.
No, they're not. I have no idea.
And plus, no. No, we're to-
You can put your hands down. I think we have everybody counted.
But they already count?
Oh, well, they didn't get us. We didn't get anyone else.
Mom. This is the no vote?
298 yes, 41 no.
What did you just count?
Right.
Put me down, I'm a no.
All right, we have the tally. It was 298 yes, 41 no, so the motion to amend passes. Okay. So now, give me 1 minute, now we're on to the main motion. And before we start, we have a resident that wants to make a motion.
Caitlin Bowles, 1 Bob Mary Way. I wish I had brought a stack of papers. I thought that would be really funny. But I would like to motion that we end debate and vote immediately.
It's been seconded, now we have to vote.
Well,
The
we might
motion's
have a
been made
problem
or what?
because they're saying that Craig might have said something different.
Okay, so let me explain to you, we just had this motion, so this is a motion to end debate on the main motion. So what this means is, if this motion passes, we're going to go right to a vote. There's not going to be any discussion about this particular motion. So, this motion can't be debated. There's no discussion regarding a motion to end debate. It has to pass by 2/3. If it passes, then we go right to a vote on the main motion. Okay? So, all those in favor, well, we'll try it by voice vote again. If that doesn't work, we'll go to the hand count. So, all those in favor of the motion to end debate say yes. Yes. All those opposed to the motion to end debate say no. No. Ah. We got to count. All right, so all those in favor, raise your hand and keep it up until I tell you to put your hand down, because they're having trouble.
Wait, what do we, can you be?
We can't hear him because he's facing away from us.
All right, wait a minute. Some people are unclear of what we're doing, right? Right now, we're voting on the motion to end debate. This needs, the main motion, the MBTA motion, we have residents that have said, we're moving to end debate. We don't want any discussion on this motion regarding the MBTA Act. So that's what you're voting on now. If you say yes, you want to end debate, there will be no discussion on the motion. If you say no to end debate, then we'll have discussion on the MBTA Act. Is everybody clear? All right, and we need 2/3 to pass this motion. So if you're in favor of ending debate, meaning there's going to be no discussion on the motion, raise your hand and keep it up.
I still think it's appropriate to leave our hand up, so everybody else knows that. It's like being clear where we stand.
There's been so much talk about it.
Like my duels. I don't blame you.
one box? Their ballot in the box. And their ballot goes in the box.
Can't be a yes or no box, because everyone will know.
Yes. Where's the box gonna be? No discussion. I'm gonna put it right up there. No discussion. It's gonna take forever.
Yep, I will. Yep. Okay, no problem. I can go closer to Peter. Put the box here.
Okay, now we're ready for a no vote, so all those voting no, please raise your hands and keep your hands up.
No, if you say no, then we can talk on this. No.
I mean, there's been a lot of discussion, there's so much discussion. But I kind of feel like if people come to town meeting, that's the source of information, they want to hear information, they shouldn't be getting.
But I feel like it's also like. Well, this is just discussing. Yeah, discuss something. Yeah.
Why not? Again,
I have a feeling it's going to be voted down tonight.
she got them last year. Yep.
All right, we have the tally, 293 yes, 85 no, which means there's going to be no debate on the main motion. So just so everybody's clear, 2 of the amendments were passed, so when you're voting on the main motion as amended by these 2 amendments that you passed. All right, so now you all have yellow pieces of paper with you, and yes or no. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask you to rip it in half, and then we're going to ask you, the yes voters, to come up first and place your ballot in the box.
No, I think we all put them at the same time.
Well, I can't hear you. I couldn't hear what you said.
Put it at the same time. Who wants to make it?
It is anonymous. Nobody, your name's not on the paper ballot.
And then it just goes from there, then everyone knows how you vote, there's no sense in doing that. Yes. One box, let's go, one line.
Well, look, we're either gonna have to take a voice vote or a hand vote, and we're not gonna do that. I've already decided we're gonna do it this way, so it's fair. Nope, nope. Okay, so all those who want to vote yes, please come up in an orderly fashion. Oh, I'm sorry, my mistake, my mistake. All right, you guys are right, I'm wrong. Okay, so everybody. Listen up. This is what we're gonna do. So it'll be anonymous because everybody comes up at the same time. And then you make your vote. So nobody's gonna know how you're voting. All right, so let's just do it in an orderly fashion, one box, right there. All the yes votes and all the no votes are going in that box. Then we're gonna count them, and then we'll have a decision. The other half goes in the trash. We'll have a trash can up here, and we'll have, no, let's just do it this way. Let's get it over with. Okay, so why don't we start coming up, maybe row by row. We're gonna have to go to the front desk. I don't know. Let's talk to Katie. Katie, if somebody doesn't have a yellow piece of paper. You a registered voter? Did he check in?
I'm ready.
Katie, can you talk to him? All right, let's go.
Cast my vote.
I think you have to wait, right?
Yeah, I told him, let's just do it.
Wait. Matt,
Yeah. And
someone should be up by the box. We got it coming from two different
no,
directions.
everybody comes up. So just make your vote. No, it's fine. It's fine. They know what they're doing.
Be quiet unless you're the moderator.
Okay.
Stop yelling.
Just come up nice and orderly.
Yeah, we're all up here.
All votes. Don't forget, all votes, yes and no votes, go in the box.
Sherry, want me to take yours?
Discard the other vote. No, I don't. What? You shouldn't leave. You're not going to know what the results are if you leave. Yep. Every vote in one box. If they want to leave, it's up to them. They're not going to know the results. Yeah. Okay. Don't forget, if you leave, you're not going to hear the results. I wouldn't leave. I would wait till let's see what the vote is. It's up to you, though. If you don't want to wait, you don't have to. You'll find out tomorrow. I want one too. Nice cold beer. The clerk's office. They'll probably post it on the website. Do you post it on the website? Yeah, they'll post it on the website.
Supposedly we have some, but that's one right.
Makes me feel better. I know this is kind of confusing.
Then he says to me, there should have been row by row.
Then he says to me, every time that
But
sitting on the chair.
I know. Well, I mean, we have 400 people,
Why is
so
he
hopefully 100 will stay.
We're gonna, this is,
He got us a lot of money. Yeah, thank you. A lot of money.
and also shock collars.
That would be great.
No.
Yeah, for sure.
This is so ridiculous. I can't
This
believe
is out of
we lost
control.
this.
It's out of
It should have been row by row.
There's another out of
Doing the best I can.
This should have been row by row.
You're welcome.
People are leaving, not even finding out what the vote was.
I understand. I couldn't understand it either.
This is out of control.
We have no choice. I mean, when speaks English, I know it's difficult to understand, but look at them, I can't cut them off.
It's the moderator's meeting, it's not even, it's.
chairperson of the singing board, and he's a town resident, a town voter. So he has a right to be here, and he has a right to... Yeah, it is frustrating, I know. Charlie. Well, we're gonna count ones in here. Yeah, I know. Yeah. You leaving? Oh, good. You want to hear the results? Oh, I like that. Yes.
We don't get to keep the land?
Excuse me, Tom. I agree, yeah, definitely. Tom, can you ask these people when they vote to go back to their seats? Because people can't get up here to even vote.
Remember, after you vote, go back to your seats. Yes. There is, but if this one gets 15, we're going to move it and definitely postpone that one. That article is only effective if this one goes. So, well, yeah. No. Don't tell anybody. I know. What? I mean, it's pretty self. Did you read it? It's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, if you want to make a presentation by video and audio, you got to get permission. No. Is that the one? No, it's the one that said catchballs and all that stuff. Oh yeah. There's a couple of guys over there. I didn't think it was too bad this time. It wasn't as bad as last time. It wasn't. Something's go right over my head. Where is it? Probably is. I'm gonna call Joan. They already voted. Katie already has their vote.
Oh, good, okay.
But I'm gonna tell Joan if they want to come in for the counting of the vote, they can.
Yeah, these people need to sit down before we.
Yeah, well, we will. We'll get them now. As soon as looks like we're almost done. Where's my, I'm missing some of my sheets.
Thanks, Frank. Good job.
They're still counting, yeah. I mean, well, they're still voting. Yeah, does it look like that's everybody? Do you want to call, let me call Joan and tell her. But if the people want to come here during the count, they can. So let me let her know that. Yeah. Okay, has everybody had a chance to vote? If yes, please take your seats. I do want to get word to the people in the library that they can come here while the votes are being counted. So the box is here, the votes are going to be counted right up there, and we should have a result shortly, hopefully.
I'm gonna see, Tom, did the votes from the overflow room come in? The overflow room. Perfect.
If it doesn't pass.
Oh, right, right.
No, Fung Wow, that's it. C&J. Oh. It's like 5 steps above Fung Wow. I don't know if they still have that Fung.
So I'm gonna make a motion, you're gonna make a
Oh, I'll make it.
Well, okay, then you're gonna be, okay, so, no, you're gonna sign up here.
Then we have to do this. And then I get to do the last motion to dissolve the meeting. Don't forget to second this.
So when you get out, Wednesday?
Yes.
Yeah, coming back. No, it's a very nice bus. It's a comfy bus. It's very nice. Take a nap. I mean, I used to drive down. I'm not doing that anymore.
Well, a lot of people stay.
Yeah. I mean, the train, I would take the train. The train's higher than this before, and it's more expensive. I just picked the bus up and see where. Oh, I went there. It's a beautiful.
Yes.
There's no buses in Raleigh.
Either way. Yeah, that one will.
Okay, everybody, can I have your attention? All right, we have the vote. Yes vote was 191, no vote was 217, so the motion fails. Okay. So we just got a couple of housekeeping things to do, so let's just get it over with. Article 10, do we have a motion? So
Second.
we have a motion to indefinitely postpone Article 10, which basically means it's going away. So is there any discussion regarding this motion? I don't see any hands. All in favor of indefinitely postponing Article 10, say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, say no. So the yes takes it. So now the only thing we have left to do we have a motion to dissolve the meeting?
I move the town vote to dissolve the November 25th, 2024 special town meeting.
I'll second.
Do we have any discussion? Nope. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. We're done.